Okay.
She may appear.
There she is. Welcome, Councillor Isaacson.
Hello.
So, all the sounds working well?
I can hear you, yeah.
Thank you. So it's 2 p.m. and I'd like to welcome you all to the January 20th Committee of the Whole meeting. And I'd like to acknowledge we're holding this meeting on the traditional territory of the Tla'amin Nation. Before we get started here, we have the agenda to adopt, and I have spoke with staff prior to the meeting, and we had some suggestions perhaps for changing the agenda. In particular, we expect folks coming that would really like to speak about the update on the emergency shelter. And so that is currently under old business, which isn't eligible for public input. And so my preference would be at the pleasure of the committee to maybe move that to new business if that pleases the committee. And I can do that by unanimous consent. Okay, so then if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Southcott, all in favor? And that's unanimous to accept the agenda. And then if someone would like to do the motion to move in camera. You don't have to read it.
You want it, Rick?
Do we need to read our motion to go in camera, or should we just make the motion as per the package? Right, do we need to read it out, or should we just say that we're making that motion? Okay.
I move the committee move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality, and 2B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations, 1, between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or a federal government or both, and a third party, and 3, between the municipality and a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous identity, or between a First Nation or prescribed Indigenous identity and a third party.
Thank you. All in favor? That was passed with unanimous vote. So we will move upstairs for our closed portion of this meeting and reconvene here for open at 3:30. Hello, everybody, and welcome to January 20th Committee of the Whole. We have lots of people here today, so it works best if people aren't shouting and doing things that are loud. So I hope that we all can run this meeting in a friendly way. When we're commenting, when it gets to that part, we want to be really tough on issues and really easy and kind to people. And so if you could hold that in your thoughts as you make your comments, that would be muchly appreciated. I'm so happy to see you all here today. We earlier opened our agenda and made a change so that I'm just going to make this comment here. Item number 11.1, extreme weather response shelter, has been moved to 12.1 under new business because our procedures bylaw didn't allow for us to take a public comment period under unfinished business, but new business is on the list for public comment, and I understand there's many people who want to provide public comment here today. So council did that earlier today, and I wanted to acknowledge that we're holding this meeting on the traditional territory, the Tla'amin people. And the next item on our agenda would be the public input period. And I think our procedures are a little bit inadequate for the number of people we have here. So I'm just going to confer with the council about whether we could make a motion to extend our public input period to be friendlier to the numbers that are interested today. Can I see with just a show of hands how many people would like to speak in public comments today? Okay. Okay, so I would entertain a motion from my council to extend to include all those folks who have raised their hands in the public input period today. Mayor Wasnow.
I'd like to move a motion to extend the number of that can talk to 11.
We don't require a seconder at this meeting because it's committee of the whole. I would entertain maybe a proposed changes to that motion at this point before we move on it, if Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, I'd like to amend that, and I don't think we should put any limit on the number of people who can speak. Who can allow people to speak 2 minutes at a time. And you know, I've read a lot of emails the last few days. I'll stay here all night and listen to what people have to say.
With a friendly amendment, Mayor Wasnow, we can have that approval from you.
Absolutely.
Just so you know, the clapping's not helping with our procedures. If you could just try not to do that, that would be great. Thank you very much. So does anyone else have any comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing no comments, I would call the question. All those in favor? We have unanimous consent for that motion, so we're going to have a public input period that will allow everyone who wants to have something to say to come up and say. So just some little bit of ground rules for a public input. Obviously, we want to be kind to people and share your concerns and your things that you support without trying to play a blame game on people or anything like that. We definitely want to hear it. Each person gets 2 minutes to express their input into what it is they want to talk about. And the council doesn't comment on any of yours. We're here to listen, so we don't speak. We hear your input. You get 2 minutes and then it's the next person's turn. If you could do an orderly queue, that will really help. And once the input period is over and people have said what they want to say, we will move into the meeting. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. Thank you so much. If we could open our public input period by starting a small line here, we could move forward. And just start by introducing yourself.
Good afternoon. My name's Diane Sparks. And I guess obviously the biggest concern here is Dwight Hall, the fact being that it's a heritage building. and the risk factor that's going to be imposed on that building having emergency shelter there, when there are many, many other options that are available. In Powell River, for instance, the perfect option is the fire hall, the abandoned fire hall that's in Wildwood. It has 3 exit doors. It has 2 bathrooms. It has a brand new furnace in it. The people could be bused back and forth at 7 at night, picked up at 7 in the morning. There would be no conflict whatsoever with the elementary school next door. There could still be guards in the building to ensure people stay in the building, or are, you know, the security would make sure there was no nefarious things going on. But that would be the best option. I have spoken with the deputy chief, Rocky Swanson, about this, and he said that would be an excellent option. So I've talked to the fire department. I've spent hours talking with the fire department, actually. There is other options, like, for instance, this room right here that we're all sitting in. Why can't we use this room? What's wrong with
Hello?
using this room?
One of the rules is
got-
only one.
You've got
person can-
washrooms, you've got
Sorry,
2
sorry,
exits.
Ms. Sparks. I just wanted to make the comment that we can only have one person speaking at a time, and everyone else has to not make noise while that's happening. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we could use, why is there, this is closer to downtown, right? It's closer to where they hang out anyways. Why not use this building? Put some cots on the floor, or mats on the floor, and use this building. You could probably fit 50 people in here. I think this building should be used, not a heritage building that's going to be at immense risk for damage. If something happens to that building, like the, you
See,
know,
the little red line means you've had your 2 minutes, and we've got lots of
I had
people.
my 2 minutes. I'm out of
Thank
here.
you so
Okay.
much, Diane. Thank you.
Okay,
for
thank
your
you. So I hope
participation.
you take serious consideration in not using Dwight Hall.
Next in line, please. Thank you so much, Diane.
My name is Patricia Martinack. Like many people in this room, I was born in this town, in the old hospital. My first exposure to Dwight Hall was in approximately 1970 when I was in grade 6 and played in a band there. It used to be used for the music festival. I cannot imagine. I have worked with the unhoused actively. I have every empathy for people that find themselves in these circumstances. This is not a personal attack on any person, but this is a hill I'm going to die on, okay? Dwight Hall was not built for this. It is not equipped for this. Last year, the warming center was above the library. Why is that not being explored again this year? Lyft has a beautiful building at the bottom of Duncan Street. As far as I know, the bottom level isn't even being used. Why doesn't Lyft put their money where their mouth is, literally, and support their own people that are unhoused? I'm talking about this as a former,
I'm sorry, we cannot have clapping at
I
the.
am speaking about this as a former Lyft employee. I know these people. I understand the community. What I don't understand is why in the roughly year and a half that council knew the shelter was closing, why were these steps not taken then? Is there not a single church in this town that is willing to do what Jesus would do? Take in the unhoused? Honestly, I am shocked and appalled that this is a proposal, a serious. When someone told me, I'm like, get out of here. Get out of here. Our Dwight Hall, the hall that is probably most iconic building in this town. And how are you going to get people from Westview to Dwight Hall, by the way? Is that another expense? And all the services that unhoused people need are in Westview. They are not in the town site. And lastly, my dad was a vet. And oh my God, I will cry if I see that cenotaph full of cigarette butts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, says Stephen Brooks here. Yeah. I basically had the same concerns around first questions whether you guys have looked into insurance on that building and whether it's even possible. I know I've had some, a lot of friends who have have had issues in getting insurance payouts and the time taken, and I don't think the skill set even exists in repairing or going and rebuilding those buildings. As you guys know, I got a lot of heritage buildings in our neighborhood. I mean, I'm completely for the establishment of a shelter. I just worry with all of the buildings like the Rodmay Hotel, if that catches fire, it's gone. And Dwight Hall again, getting insurance if you can even, and then if there was something to happen in following up and getting that repaired, it just seems like an awful choice for a location. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My name is Nan Dunn. I have been a
And Don,
resident
you
of
can pull that
Townsite-
mic down to suit you. There you go.
I have been a resident of Townsite for 44 years. It's a quiet residential area, no problems, vandalism, no drug dealers. My concern is it's a Dwight Hall, which is totally unsuitable for the purpose being described here. The bus in and out is more expense to us as taxpayers. If they come into Dwight Hall, the dealers will follow them in and they will start dealing in Townsite. We have an elementary school, we have a high school, and we have Micklat Society who is housing people who are trying to go over addictions. Is there going to be security if Townsite does allow the Dwight Hall to be used? Again, I would like to repeat, it's not suitable. And what's to stop the dealers following the people who are addicted into Dwight Hall to ply their trade? We need assurances, we need security, and there's other places, many places in Westview that are empty that could be used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buddy, my name is Lorenzo Leger from South Townside. I'll try and respect Chair Elliott's rules around here as much as I can. So we come to these meetings and a lot of times we do a territorial acknowledgement. Did anybody consult with the Klamath Nation about the impacts that this could have on their community? Ask Chief Hackett or Higas, sorry. When you're putting people near a community that is dealing with issues of their own, it is incumbent upon us, especially on their territory, to consult with them. There has been no consultation with the neighborhood. There has been nobody, no online survey, no door knocking, no information. You guys did this on Christmas Eve. I don't know about that. Not very transparent. We have small businesses there that are getting traction. They were just getting a start. We have the person that was up here before that's put a significant amount of investment into this community and trying to get industry. This is a heritage building, like everybody else said before. Tell me what would strike that as an appropriate facility to house anybody. The seismic. So if somebody gets injured there, when they haven't signed a waiver, what are we going to do about that? Do we have a plan? Are we bringing people further away from a hospital where many of these folks that would be housed in there are going to be further away from medical care? Does that sound like a good idea? I have a lot of things that I could say, but this is a really haphazard slap together plan that was not ran by the community. Not fair, not cool. Cheers.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sherry Burton. The community in general supports an emergency weather response shelter. It has to be in the right location and it has to be operated and managed effectively by an entity other than LIFT. LIFT has misled this council in saying that no other organizations have stepped up, and that is not true. I was personally involved with the Westview Ratepayers Supportive Housing Subcommittee in facilitating discussions with another organization to provide shelter programs in this community. It started before the shelter closed last March. We were told by BC Housing, we have to ask Lyft. Lyft said, don't want to work with that organization. That organization then went to BC Housing directly and were told they would only deal with Lyft. You have been misled. So how is the public supposed to know that this was coming down? The December 18th motion said that they were going to be looking at activating space. And in particular, they were going to possibly give a license of occupation to the clubhouse on Duncan Street. And in 6 days, license of occupation was ratified for Dwight Hall between city staff and Lyft. That is an extremely disturbing lack of public transparency. So with this committee, I would hope would examine if this goes ahead,
please.
is insurance, who's paying for the extra insurance? I'm pretty sure insurer is going to say you're putting what in this heritage building? So it's going to be a hit to the insurance premium. So that being covered by taxpayers. And there's going to be security, right? No, because Lyft never puts security in any of its shelter programs. So you are basically, it's going to be a time bomb in a beloved heritage building.
Thank you, Sherry. Next person, please.
Hey, how are you guys doing? My name is Mark. I come from a background of being on the streets, and I've worked every day for my sobriety. And I don't believe having a building
Excuse
that
me,
has
we
been
can't have talk.
basically
nothing
started
while
Owl
people
River
are talking.
being used for people that just are not willing to step up and want to change. I did. I was one of them. And I've worked every day for my sobriety. I go around and I see people out there and I see people burning down their campgrounds. I see people throwing their trash everywhere. And why do you want to give them a building that's a heritage building? What, are they going to burn it down? Really? When you look at it like that, anybody who wants to get sober is going to do it. If they're not, why go and cater to them? That's basically what you're doing, is you're catering.
No
to them.
clapping when
And
people
I
are
don't
talking.
believe that is fair. For these people in general who have been here their whole lives, to have to give up something so important to people who just don't care. Thank you.
My name is Francine Benoit. I'm the mother of a homeless person. I think we've all had a wake-up call, or we should have, with the recent fire across from the hospital, with all the infrastructure in the area, the hospital, the heliport, the senior center. Those people are in that area because they can get services there. That's why they choose to live in the cold, in the bush. They're not suited for lift environment. Some people just can't. The drugs eat a hole in their brain, and they're not capable of making good choices. At some point, we have to care for them. So in that, the Dwight Hall is a poor choice. There are very few homeless people in that area because there's no infrastructure for them. There's nothing there. So what they need, what they have and what they need, they'll steal. They'll take. You have an area of town, heritage area, with our veteran cenotaph. My father-in-law was shot twice in the chest. He deserves better. We all deserve better. We've let this problem with drugs get so out of control with laws and things like safe shooting sites and all these practices that people in places, not taxpayers, but you people make these decisions on our behalf. We need a vote.
Time.
We need a referendum. We need to talk to the people, the taxpayers need to have a voice.
Thank you so much.
Afternoon, Council. Ted Vizzuti, a very concerned citizen of Paul River. First, I want to thank every one of these people that are in this room today for coming out and showing you, the council, that they have concerns of what our elected officials are doing to our community. Every one of these people in here has a concern that our heritage building, the Dwight Hall, is going to be damaged. Could we lose it? Who knows what tomorrow will bring? If we lose it, we'll never get it back. We won't get back the names that are written on the rafters in the ceiling of that building that I have personally seen. Not written on, but personally seen. And there's some old names in there from way back from the beginning. And if you've never done it, climb a ladder and go take a look. It doesn't take long to damage a building or to lose it and to lose all our history that's in there. Now, these people are showing you that what you're doing today is wrong. It's not our mandate to do what we're doing. It's a provincial mandate because it is a mental illness that we're dealing with. Even the people that are, be it alcohol or drugs or whatever, homelessness, it's an illness that they want to be in or not want to be in. But it's a provincial mandate, not a municipal mandate. And our taxes pay for this building to keep it there for us. It does not pay for you to use it as you want to use it in this case. So do the right thing. Listen to these people. Go read the blogs that are online about what's going on. Go down there and see what damage could be done. Please do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vizzuti. Do we have anyone else who wants to?
I just want to bring up, if they applied on the 14th of January, saying the city signed off on it and the fire chief signed off on the plan, and they got approved on the 16th, and fire hasn't signed off, isn't that a false application? So they lied? And I was back in March in emails, and Rob Southcott was in the emails with me where another agency was willing to step up. So keep saying that no other agency is willing to step up. LIFT won't work with anybody else. Why do we keep bailing LIFT out? No one will rent to them for a reason.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Bill Bird. I live in Wildwood. And I just was very happy to hear that Council today was going to listen to the people that were going to speak today. So please listen to what you've been going on here today. No one wants you to put people in Dwight Hall as a warming shelter. So please listen to the people. I mean, I had conversation with Rob Southcott for probably 45 minutes discussing Dwight Hall and other places that possibly could be used for a warming shelter. And he didn't assure me, but he said we were going to try to get something other than Dwight Hall. And now he's sitting on the board in favor of using Dwight Hall. Council, please listen to the people. We don't want you to use Dwight Hall as a warming center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan. I've been a resident in Powell River for the last 8 years. I grew up on the south coast in Sechelt and every summer up here when I was a child. Dwight Hall is a special place. It's somewhere I go and throughout the year for events such as the seeds selling and all the plants gatherings. I mean, it has a special place for me for that reason. But what I want to know is, how have you guys prepared to protect the hall and the community from the influx of addicts and criminals that are likely to be traveling there? Like several of these people said, town site has no infrastructure for these people. So are they going to resort to raiding the small businesses in the strip mall there in the building across the street? Are other buildings and homes around the area going to be subject to break-and-enters and theft and threats and all these other things that we've seen surrounding the area where they are now? There's the issue and the potential for fires, as we've seen in the Westview area and in the Burlington Trail system. I walked through there the other day and I saw needles and garbage and several homeless encampments, and I just thought how sad it is that children can't even go through and to the rec complex anymore because of that problem. Do we really want to see that problem spread into town site?
Thank you. Oh, man.
Wait for my time to start.
It has started.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Michael Paymuller, born and raised here in Paul River, and on the traditional home of the Flyama Nation. I actually went to elementary school with John Hackett, where all our class pictures were always down in the back beside each other. So my son's half native, part native. Nobody wants it in Whitehall. It's quite apparent, right? This problem seems to stem from the provincial side with people. It seems like we're just a big island and they've wound everybody up. Let's put everybody here. They're trapped. They can't get back to where they came from. It's not a solution for the problem. They need to have a place in town, the complex. Like, what's wrong with the upper floor of the complex? It's right there. I don't understand. Right by the hospital. It's right where everybody is, right where the people are. I've talked to the homeless and the people staying in the lift building already. They themselves don't feel safe in that building. Anybody can jimmy the doors open, the lady was telling me. She doesn't feel safe. She's woke up with people in her room. They have cameras. You can't even, and they still can't keep their own security there. This lady, I don't know, she's drinking wine. I don't even know who that is, but it seems like she's drinking wine. Everybody's saying the same thing. I don't know.
Sorry, you're going to have to stop.
Really sure. Like, anybody explain? Who's the lady on the screens? She's a council member or?
Oh, yes, this is Councillor Isaac.
Nobody introduced her, so. It looks like she's drinking wine to everybody, but anyways, it doesn't matter.
She is ill today, and
that's all good.
For your information, nobody's drinking wine here.
Okay, good. It's just, I wanted to bring some sort of laughter because this is very serious, but at the same time, we have to band together to come to a better solution.
Please be quiet in the gallery.
Many buildings, like everyone's saying, Rock even says this is emergency. It probably wouldn't even be needed because the climate's so warm down here. But still, it's a problem on a whole that everybody seems to be, we're just supposed to ignore it, but we can't ignore it anymore. It's gotten too rampant. Thank you.
Thank you. How's everybody? Okay, carry on. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie Bai. I'm a realtor from Remax Poway River. I'm also managing the Rodney Hotel right now. So I just want to say 2 points here. So first, Poway River attracted me here back to 2019 was the history, was the special town site, also, the different spirit compared to Vancouver, Richmond, So as a realtor, I have a lot of clients, from Vancouver and all over the world, okay? So what impressed them most here in Poway River is not those fancy buildings or whatever modern stuff, it's the town site. I can see 90% of them most impressed by the town site because as far as I know, this is a really unique thing for the whole West Coast. And so I really want the town site to be the town site, still the same thing for another 100, even 1,000 years, if it's possible, okay? So also as a team member managing the hotel, since COVID, we did so much works. We spent thousands of dollars and weeks, months, so long time for the renovations and upgrade. And thanks to all the teams, include Terry Cameron, and also Daniel Friesen, they know how much work it will be needed if something wrong with an old building like Rodney Hotel or Dwight Hall. So Dwight Hall, Rodney Hotel, we are just close neighbors, share the same parking. And we like to see Dwight Hall holding all those events, because I go there sometimes too, like long time, from now on still, the same thing. Sorry, my English. But anyway, I like to see the Dwight Hall to be the same as right now. I don't like to see something bad happen, potential risky happen, because that will really cost a lot to recover, even not possible to recover if something bad. And
Thank
also,
you.
like, because the Rodney, sorry, but
You're out of time.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Choose any.
Well today.
That's okay.
My name is Cameron Bailey, and I've lived in Powell River since 2008. And I think this decision for Dwight Hall is completely wrong-headed. I really do. But it comes down to, I believe that the problem we need to deal with is Lyft. They are in it for the money. They don't care about anything else.
Pardon me, I will clear the room if people keep clapping.
They need to be,
So sorry. If people keep clapping when people are talking, I will have to clear the room because we can't be having that. So I really want you here. I'm happy you're here. I am talking. So it's important that we not interrupt people talking by clapping. And I know that that's hard, but that's what we need to do. And if it continues, I need to do something about it, and I would rather not. Thank you so much. You may continue.
Thank you. As I said, the problem is Lyft. They're in it for the money. They don't care about anything else, and they don't want any competition. And I think as a council and as a town, we need to work with BC Housing to find a better organization to look after this problem. If Dwight Hall is damaged or destroyed, it will be virtually impossible to restore it. And we cannot have that. And I will not put up with disrespect to the cenotaph. With the Lyft in charge, there'll be no security whatsoever. It'll be covered in needles, and there's only one bathroom, which will be trashed. And I will guarantee there will be massive damage to that hall. And we're not going to put up with it. And what we're going to do is find out who's actually signed off on that and hold them responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know. Is there anyone present who would like to speak at this time?
Hello, everybody. My name is Michelle. I live in Westview. I've been in Powell River for just over 5 years now. And I'm from the big city, so I tend to pay attention. I've looked around at what's going on in the city. I work in the health industry as well. So I'm actually here to speak up on behalf of all the elderly people in this town, all the people that live in long-term care, all the people that can't be here today, to speak up about their city and their heritage, their historical buildings. Everything that they've worked for all their lives is here. There's a lot of people in this town that have been here for a really long time. I'm not one of them, but I feel like I belong now. And the reason I feel like I belong is because I've been treated so well by the people that have made this city. I work with them every day. I hear what they say. The people that can't say anything, if you could imagine not being able to say anything, literally, if they knew what was going on in this town as a whole, that's one thing. But for us to use Dwight Hall, it's not acceptable. If you just went around and asked a few people, if you just went around and asked, if you just listened to us, we can't keep quiet anymore. We are trying to take action here, and nobody will let us. Your actions here are for you. They were not for us. And Lyft, who is never here, and BC Housing is not here to speak, and VCH as well. Those three people, those three companies are what are creating this, and the council is letting it happen. So we have voices out here, and they need to be heard, and they also need to be heard from the people that built this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Max.
Hi, I'm Mac Fraser. I used to work upstairs here. I just wanted to clarify, I don't want to speak about the location you're choosing, any of that type thing. But my wife and I are active members in the United Church across the street. Last year, we hosted warm weather and cold weather emergency centers without incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Kathy Korolek. I live in Westview, and I have not been here a long time, just 3.5 years. I do know the importance of heritage buildings and how they are irreplaceable once damaged. And I know how easy it is to damage them. I lived in a 112-year-old house, and at any time we had to take very good care and protect it because they go up in flames in a heartbeat. You can see the fires everywhere, and you can see from the people that are here today and those people that you don't see how upset they are. Nobody wants to see people suffer and understand the extreme weather needs, because we get it. It may not be -40, but we do get extreme rains and whatnot. However, it's not an appropriate building. That is a treasure of Powell River. And I have only been here 3.5 years, and I take people to see that every time they come to visit us. And I am proud of that building. I am proud of the town site area completely. And I don't want not only that heritage buildings to suffer, but think of what Townsite Mall, they're trying to get up and running. And you know, every one of you and all of us, what Town Center Mall has been going through in the past while. We don't want that to go any further. So there must be a better place. And I have spoken to Kim Markle, Executive Director of Lyft, and the building they're in on the corner of Duncan and Marine. And she told me the basement or the lower level has been leased. And unfortunately, if it is true, that's sad, because that would have been a perfect place to have everybody. And so that would be something that would need to be clarified and maybe proceed with. So thank you. And thanks to everyone that's showing up and showing how much they love their town.
Thank you, Kathy.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Bartley. I came to this town in 1969. I went to Willingdon Beach, and a guy named Dave Cummings said, "Go down and sleep by Popeye." Place wasn't open. It was free. 3 weeks later, I was working in the bush. I worked there 4 years. I went in the mill for 28. I was a volunteer in Cranberry for 15 years. That being said, I would like you to think about the Olive DeVoe. You've let it go downhill without even looking at it. And a lot of people work there, and they have good people, and we need to go back to good things.
Thank you. Can I ask if there's anyone online that's wanting to speak it or have anything to say? Thank you. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak? If not, I will close the public input period. Okay, come forward.
Yeah, name's John Welsh. I'm a new member in city. Well, we bought in 15 and then I didn't move here till 21. But I do work around this town, and I can see what is going to happen to Dwight Hall if the BC Housing. I looked at a place, a hotel, little motel here. He'd rented 2 rooms out to the BC housing, to the crackheads and whatever. They completely destroyed those 2 rooms. They had feces on the bed, feces on the carpet, all on the wall. Now, I'm not sure if he got reimbursed, but that doesn't matter. So I think this city council, if they're letting that in there, they're brain dead. And I think they've been paid. I'd like to know how much money was slipped to you under the table. And no.
Excuse me.
No, I'm not excusing you. You excuse me. You work for me.
Point of order,
You
Chair.
work for all that. We all pay your wages. And I figure you guys are corrupt.
So
anyways,
I just want to interrupt you
that
for a
all.
few
You
seconds.
shut up and listen to me.
No, now you have, the public input period is closed because people are speaking in a way that is not acceptable.
What? You can't stand the heat? Get out of the kitchen.
We are going to take a recess at this time.
No,
And
run away,
anybody
hide.
who
That's what
cannot-
you guys do best. That the Whitehall, that ever gets burnt or wrecked.
You have
it's
to
a
leave,
destroy.
sir.
I don't have to leave.
You
I
can
pay
leave.
taxes here.
You can leave.
No?
Nope, you must leave.
No.
You have to leave the room.
Take me in handcuffs. I get upset and angry.
You need to leave.
I can't spin, I can't do words.
Sorry, sir, you must leave.
No.
You
We're
must leave.
here to debate and sometimes the guy gets a little.
You're not here to debate.
Yeah.
You're here to give public input
Well,
in
public
a
input.
respectful manner.
It is
If you can't do that and you
You
can't
just don't
follow
like
the
truth.
chairs,
Truth hurts and you don't like being called.
you may leave.
No.
No,
Anyways,
I
I'm
think
done.
you
I
need to
said my piece.
rephrase how you
Anybody
speak.
else can say, you don't like it, walk out the door.
Public input period is closed.
Nobody can do anything about it because the security says we can't touch them. What the hell are they getting paid for? If they can't touch them.
I know that everybody is,
Every single day, my phone is on speed dial to the police station. By the time the police come, they're gone. There's times when myself and my neighbor follow these people. We're tired of it. If you want to help these people, take them to your place. You decided on this, keep them. We don't want them. Send them back where you guys brought them from. Put them on a bus and get them the hell out of town.
not my jurisdiction.
You are a liar, okay? Because what you need to do is look at your, just a second. You don't want me to show it to anybody, I'll come and show it to you.
Show it to everybody.
I'm fed up with this. You guys do nothing for us. We put you guys here to help people. What you're doing is you're destroying us, okay? You gave everything to the indigenous. Now you're giving away our heritage building. Don't shake your head.
No, I'm sorry. You're out of order.
I'm out of order.
You,
I was never in order. Are you in order?
I'm trying to be. I am trying to be in order. So, but we got to get to the agenda part. This is not where we get to speak. Yeah. So we are on a 15-minute recess. Thank you.
I'll be brief.
No, it is closed. If I could ask staff to turn the mics off at this point in time, and we are going to have a recess. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to call our meeting back to order if I could. And we have next on our agenda the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? And that's been passed unanimously. And now we're into legislative matters. 12.1, new business, extreme weather response shelter update. And I believe we have staff providing some commentary before we get into questions. If I could remind the gallery that this is for listening at this point and it's council's job to ask questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Jason Gow, Director of Planning Services and Acting CAO this week. I am presenting a report that is intended to provide an update on the establishment of an extreme weather response shelter at a city-owned space in partnership with a community partner. Going back to December 16th, staff presented a report for information. There was no recommendation in it, but it was providing some advice as it relates to city-owned spaces. December 18th, Council resolved that staff be directed to activate city space in partnership with community partners to open a warming center or extreme weather response shelter. On December 19th, staff met with representatives from LIFT at 2 city-owned spaces, and these were the former library space located on the lower level of Dwight Hall and the former Wildwood Fire Hall. And just again, back to the December 16th date in that report that staff presented to Council, it was identified based on a request from LIFT that, at least from the position of staff, that neither the rec complex nor council chambers were suitable as a emergency weather response shelter space. Of the 2 locations, the former library space at the lower level of Dwight Hall was preferred by LIFT and city staff for several reasons. Its location and town site is closer to the city's central core, where many of those experiencing homelessness are drawn for other services. It's also further removed from schools and residential properties. And then lastly, while it only has 1 washroom, the limited number of entrances compared to the former Wildwood Hall, which has many, would make it much easier to manage the access and egress of guests. And not mentioned in the report, but a key factor in the decision was the layout of the spaces themselves. The former library is a 1,500 square foot space. It is 1 large space. The only enclosed space is the 1 washroom. So clear sight lines. Anybody managing that space would be able to observe the activity throughout that space. The Wildwood Fire Hall is a series of spaces, the larger of them upstairs, that would not be able to accommodate the 20 guests, and so the guests would be spread throughout. And again, just from a management perspective, it would have been much harder from LIFT's perspective to oversee and have eyes on the guests that are there. So I do want to touch a little bit on the concept, if you will, of the Extreme Weather Response Program. Under the Extreme Weather Response Program, which runs from October 15th to April 15th, an extreme weather shelter may only be activated when an extreme weather alert is issued by the delegated community representative until such time as the alert is canceled or withdrawn. To participate in the Extreme Weather Response Program, a community-based extreme weather response plan must be submitted to and approved by BC Housing. As the delegated community representative, LIFT has prepared and submitted the local extreme weather response plan for the 2025-2026 winter season. And based on BC Housing's website, on January 16th, LIFT is approved to operate an EWR shelter. And so just again, referencing the plan itself, it includes specific criteria that must be met before an extreme weather alert can be issued. And I included in your report, but just for those that are listening today, there are certain criteria related to temperature, where it has to be below zero. Wind chill feels like below zero. There has to be an accumulation of snow, rain near zero, and freezing rain, or 50 millimeters in 24 hours, and then wind, a severe wind warning of 70 kilometers or higher. And these are the conditions that would trigger an extreme weather alert. And if LIFT can mobilize at least 2 staff for each shift, then the extreme weather response shelter would be activated. And based on information from past winters where an extreme weather response shelter was established, the shelter opened between 5 and 15 times throughout the season. But as we know, it would all depend on the weather. And if we get a cold snap, then it might be required to open for a longer period of time. To date, we haven't had too many nights. I think we've dipped down into that zero a couple of times, but I don't think it's been extensive. That is really the crux of my presentation. I'm here with members of staff that are able to answer your questions for you as best we can. Thanks.
Thank you. So we're going to ask if council has, or the committee members have questions. I have Mayor Wasnow, Councillor Dowd, and then Councillor Palm.
Thank you. One of the big issues with LIFT previously was their unwillingness to have professional security. Are you aware when they had this application approved, did they include in their security for the time that it's open by a professional security firm?
Through the chair to the mayor, my understanding is that there is no additional security being provided.
Thank you.
Councillor Dowd?
Just this question isn't so much for me as it is for other people in the room who may not be aware of the history of the situation. But your December report was not the first one that this council has asked for as far as a cold weather shelter, cold weather emergency shelter. Could you go back and explain the history of what council has asked city staff to do over the last year as far as finding a space, either city spaces or private spaces that could be leased in that time?
Through the chair to Councillor Dowd. Yes, there has been a request by council for staff to not only review city spaces in terms of their suitability for an extreme weather response shelter, but also to establish an extreme weather response plan. You know, I think as I touched on in the December 16th meeting, staff have been at capacity trying to, in some cases, solve other problems. So we've invested a lot of staff time in what I would refer to as more permanent solutions. So whether, even though it's referred to as a temporary shelter, but the Barnett site is a site that will house 40 members of the community experiencing homelessness. Ideally, that site would have been open before the winter weather this year. Due to delays on all parts, it's not going to open until likely March. So an unfortunate situation. And staff have also been focused working with the Cathet Coalition to End Homelessness to provide a space on Duncan Street where they are open for 6 hours a night, 6 to midnight, to provide meals and a place where people can do laundry and other facilities. And then on a much longer term process, staff have been very involved with the Complex Way initiative and are spending a lot of time on, again, what I would deem to be a permanent solution. And so the loss of the shelter did require staff to shift gears and focus a lot of attention towards that temporary Barnett site. And that's really where our energy has been on for the last number of months.
Councillor Palm?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I've got a few comments that I want to make in terms of a lot of the questions that were asked here previously today. First of all, I want to just say thanks to all of our citizens for showing up and voicing their opinion. This is something that this past term has not happened to a great extent. I can sense the frustration in our community as a result of not having regular dialogue. And that's why even before we came down from our previous meeting this morning, I said to Councillor Southcott, well, be prepared because people are going to get things off their chest today because they haven't had an opportunity to do so. Now, that's just the truth. And I sense your frustration and I know how you feel as a result. And that's enough I'll say about that. But what I really want to say is prior to coming here today, we had lengthy discussions on December 16th and December 18th in this regard as to what we were going to do for a shelter because LIFT could not find one. That has been going on for the last year. We know in our heart why that is happening. I'm not going to say why, but we know why. It's the truth. And it's been put on the city's desk to solve the conundrum so that we're looking like we're doing our humanitarian duty for these poor souls that are caught out there in this winter's weather. Which I say, we need to find something. That's why we passed the motion on the 18th saying, please staff, search everything, come back with something for us so we can deal with the situation. Because we're all compassionate. We are all Powell Riverites. That's what we are. That's how we live. And we're so fortunate to be living in this beautiful place. And we want the best for everyone. But I really feel sorry for staff today because I've had lengthy discussions with our acting CAO in this regard. And when we left the meeting on December 18th and we passed the motion, we put them in the lurch because they told us on the 16th there weren't any suitable facilities in the city. No buildings that would work because of the criteria. 2 bathrooms, entrances, fire safety, blah, 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 go down the list. Had to be in the center of the city. Well, we couldn't find any. We looked at the complex. We looked at this room. We looked at the library. There were reasons for not allowing any of that to happen. So that's why we're here today again with this situation when somebody mentioned Dwight Hall at the last meeting on December 18th, and that somehow became a focus. On December 18th, as soon as that word was mentioned, Dwight Hall, I said, no way. We are not going to look at Dwight Hall, that beautiful heritage jewel that we all know exists. And we welcome events that happen in that beautiful historic site. We cannot let that be damaged in any way, shape, or form. And I will not be voting to allow that to happen in any way, shape, or form today. I can assure you of that. We ended up with 2 proposals on the table and staff had to take those away and look at each. One, the fire hall in Wildwood, the other one being Dwight Hall. Well, on the recommendation from LIFT, with staff listening to the conversations and doing the research, looking at both sites, LIFT said, there's the best one. That's why we're here. So, how we get around this, I'm not sure yet, but I hope we can come up with something that is going to work. And I want to take the pressure down a little bit by saying, keep it in mind that this type of accommodation in the last couple of years has only been used one year 6 times, 6 nights. The other year, I don't know, 12, the last couple of years. And our weather is warmer. We don't meet the criteria very often now. There's no snow on Mount Washington. There's no skiing on Mount Washington. That's the weather. That's reality. So how many nights are we going to need to do this? We don't know over the next month, because at the end of February, it's going to start warming up again. So we're faced with 6 weeks conundrum right now because we couldn't find anything, or LIFT could not find a suitable provider. And it's been thrown on the city desk and staff is in the pinch. And we're all in the pinch because somebody brought up Dwight Hall. Unfortunate, but true. I've talked to our professionals. on the fire safety. I know where they sit. I'm not going to speak for them, but I know where they sit. And the one other point that I want to make that is very important, because I had to ask the question this morning of our acting CEO, Mr. Gao, are we mandated, because that was filtering around, are we mandated by the province to provide such a space? And his answer to me was simply, no, we are not. The city is not mandated to provide such. So that's where we are. So I just want to say, lower the temperature. This is not the end of the world here. We are going to survive. The people out on the streets are going to survive. And we will deal with this today in a reasonable manner without yelling and shouting and conniving and get through this in one way, shape, or form. So you've heard me speak along. I'm not speaking for Dwight Hall use. I will support a movement towards the fire hall because the cost of transportation is going to be the same no matter where you go, even though they won't like going out of the city. It's only going to be a few nights, and that building in Wildwood is expendable. Dwight Hall is not. Okay, I think I've said enough. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what's been said here today. I was born and raised here, and I attended the cenotaph with my dad, who was a World War II veteran, and my grandfather was involved in building an awful lot of the houses in the town site. I'm proud of these things very much, and I feel as deeply as anybody in this room, I think. So I'm super grateful for the 100 or so people that turned up here, because I do believe that where maybe individuals or even small groups like a city council can't figure out what to do, we can do it as a community. And that is my deepest belief, and it's why I'm sitting at this table here. It's not because it's a whole lot of fun all the time, that's for sure. But somebody needs to sit here too, and I respect my colleagues because of that dedication. I just want to say again, I'm so appreciative of such a huge representation of our community being here today. When I was going through Facebook last night after I tried to respond to people and the emails were coming in, I'm sure we've received over 100 emails too, the city and council. I saw frustration, I saw worry, but I didn't see anger that was aimed at individuals, and I was really grateful for that. When everybody came in here today, there was a lot of smiling. It's like there's an inherent trust that we can figure this out. But the questions and the search, as Councillor Palm said, had been on for a year, trying to find a facility that would serve. Now, last winter, it was only used 9 times, the one that was beside the CRC for the emergency or the extreme weather response function. And that's what was lacking finally in December when Lyft couldn't find anything. There was nothing to rent or to buy that the province would pay for. So it fell to us having kind of the moral conscience and responsibility, feeling we've had the responsibility for this community to do something. So obviously, Dwight Hall is obviously it's an unconscionable option. This is really clear. But it's obviously too a last resort, So I do have, it's a question, and this is to staff. Could a fact sheet be put together that perhaps, I would hope, in cooperation with Lyft, to give our community some information on sequences of what's actually happened over the past year? Another problem is that when the CRC was relocated to over by Quality Foods, it wasn't, they're not able to use it like they did the one on Joyce. there were conditions in the rental there. So their ability to provide services that were provided at the CRC on Joyce were no longer a possibility. I'm thinking in terms of the collective genius that's in our community. When people start thinking and we care, sometimes ideas come up, and we've heard a lot this afternoon. So not everybody's just saying, no, don't do this. Some of us have said, think about this, think about that. And there's a lot of these things we've already looked into. I'm just wondering if there could be some kind of an information package or something that could be put onto our website, perhaps, or whatever might work, so that this information could get out to help people actually understand how to brainstorm. I'm really grasping at straws right now, but that's a question for staff. Would that be feasible? Would that be possible?
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott. I mean, if directed, staff could put together information. I would highlight that there is a tremendous amount of background in previous reports. So if community has the opportunity to read one of the many reports that have been drafted, I'm thinking of the December 16th, has quite a bit of background in it, with media releases and links to the province's extreme weather response program. But perhaps we could take that and build on it if that's what you think council thinks would make the community. Because what I understand, you're actually, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're talking about a little bit of relationship building. Is that a fair?
Mm-hmm.
And so again, I think we would be working quite closely with LIFT, because a lot of that is really a relationship piece there.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to that effect, that staff work with LIFT to maybe pull some of the links out of, work with LIFT to produce an information bulletin, taking some of the links perhaps out of that December 16 report or whatever, just to help people understand, so that we've got a place to go from in trying to figure this out as a community.
So I'm just going to ask staff, if, excuse me, in the gallery, we need to not talk, please. I'm going to ask staff if a motion such as that is something that is enacted at a committee of the whole or belongs at a council meeting.
Through the chair, to the chair, the corporate officer is suggesting that we can act on that without a motion. This is to avoid the, because what I think you're getting at, Chair, is this committee doesn't have power to direct staff. It would have to go to a future meeting of council, but I think we heard you. It would be more about whether council was comfortable with staff saying, we've heard you.
I'm just going to ask Councillor Southcott, who made the motion, if that works for him. Okay, thanks. Councillor Isaacson.
If we're still in questions section, I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any questions, Councillor Almeida? So I have a bit of a question. We've been hearing people from the community who are very, very concerned about Dwight Hall, and we all share a lot of love of our heritage area, the entire town site, and our Dwight Hall. Are there ways that the city, through their normal workday, would be able to include, checking in on fire protection, all of that kind of stuff, in a preemptive way, should that place be activated to prevent someone from freezing?
Through the chair, to the chair, I think what you're referring to is just a greater role in supervision of the site and ensuring that we have a much more active oversight. I mean, staff are on site regularly in Dwight Hall, but we could include additional members of the team. I think you might be referring to bylaw enforcement as it relates to any kind of paraphernalia and other things that need to be cleaned up. on a more regular basis. That is we rely on our bylaw team for that. So shifting our resources is something, again, if directed by council, we could do.
So I think you're absolutely correct. And then I want to sort of expand on that notion a tiny bit in that we kind of are a model of reactiveness to bylaw through complaints. And since it's our building and our responsibility, and we really, I'm assuming if it got activated at all, it would be only a few nights a week. Would we be able to have a fire prevention presence at all, or is that not something that would happen?
Chair to the chair. If you're asking for something like throughout an evening when there is someone there, I might lean on my colleague, the director of fire services, Chief Drakely, to speak about the impact that would have on serving the broader community. If it's about providing some form of oversight initially, after the fact, again, that would just be us shifting our staff capacity to arrange that, and we would seek council direction. I think, again, these are operational functions that take time away from other things, as well as financial impacts. These would be costs that now we have to be absorbed into budget.
So if our chief could possibly give us an indication of what could be done without further action, then we would have a better idea of what we're dealing with.
Chair, can I just get a better idea of what you're asking for service?
So my understanding of the emergency weather is to prevent people from freezing or dying during bad weather. So we're assuming that's not very often. We have so much worry and concern about our hall, and we want to protect it. Would going by to make sure things are being, like fire prevention and all of that, as practices are being respected when it's being used, be onerous with your current work and how you do it? Or would that be something else we'd have to ask for information about and make motions about?
Probably would have to ask for information about it to be specific.
Okay.
It's not, fire prevention is not something that the sponsors do. Yeah. And with the increasing call volume, it's, again, it would be best in further discussions or reports.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I got Mayor Wasnow who would like to.
Are we into motions?
These were questions, yeah.
But if there's no more questions, can I put a motion out?
Sure.
I'd like to move that our CAO advise the provincial government that the Dwight Hall, City of Powell River, is not available for a emergency warming facility.
So we could move that to council, I think. Would that be the right place for that? So would it be fair to ask staff if we could consider that a notice of motion for Thursday then, or?
Chair, yes, that would be more appropriate. Be a recommendation that council undertake that action that Mayor Wasnow reflected in his motion.
Okay, so introduction of notices of motion come at item 14, and we're still on item 12. But if someone could flag that one, we'll just make that more formal when we get to 14.
Oh, point of
Councillor Isaacson, what?
Well, I think actually Mayor Wasnow's motion could be addressed today. His motion could be that the committee recommend to council, and then the rest of his motion. And then depending on where that goes, it would show up on Thursday or not.
So that would amend the motion to the committee coming up with a recommendation for Thursday?
Yeah, that the committee recommend that council, you know,
Do you like
notify
that
BC Housing.
Do you like that amendment, Mayor Wasno?
Yes.
Okay, so we could put that motion on the floor then. And anybody want to speak to that motion? Councillor Palm.
If the motion needs a seconder for this motion that's being proposed, it'll certainly satisfy a lot of folks here that are against Dwight Hall today. And we'll have to deal with the aftermath. Dwight Hall is taken out of the equation on Thursday.
Anyone else have anything to say about this particular motion?
I do, Councillor Elliott. You might not be able to see
it
me.
got really tiny for me, but go ahead, Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is obviously a very hard decision. The report that we were provided by staff today had no recommended motion or options. It was a report for information. And so any motions that come up tonight really would have to be initiated by a member of council like Mayor Wasno just did. Kind of to add to the conversation here, I wanted to share a few comments that were provided in emails to council to provide a bit of a balance for the public to understand the types of messages that we've heard, because we definitely heard a range of opinions in email, and I know not everyone's comfortable speaking in public. So with a little bit of leeway from the chair, a couple of quotes. The unhoused people are just that, people, Canadians. I would rather 20 people have warmth and safety for themselves and their health than see empty spaces sit unused. Thank you for utilizing Dwight Hall for some of the most marginalized people in our community. The amount of fear mongering and misinformation circulating social media is disturbing and bringing out the worst in this town. I understand the worry from fellow community members. This is a separate one. I understand the worry from fellow community members who do not want Dwight Hall ruined, but I care more about people's dignity and health than about material things. I hope that supervision will be provided to protect our heritage building, but mostly I hope that people can stay warm at night. And the third and final one I'll read. While ideally we would have a permanent shelter nearby the hospital, realizing that goal will take time, and until then we need a shelter space ready to go in case temperatures drop below freezing or the winds pick up. The report for information from December 16th makes it clear that suitable spaces for shelter are in short supply, so I'm glad that the Dwight Hall can be used as an emergency weather response shelter right away. Thank you for your courage and leadership on this issue. And so I share that just to those quotes just to broaden the debate a little bit. I don't support this motion, not because I think Dwight Hall is an excellent choice. I don't. I think it's not a great choice for an extreme weather response shelter. But I think for those who've been following this issue for a while, the only capacity that the city has to take action on this, because it's not our jurisdiction and we do not control private ownership in this town, is to use our own space. And we've put staff in a really difficult position, and I want to thank staff for doing the hard work. This has become a political issue for you, and I want to make sure that political nature of this decision sits on council. Staff are acting at the direction of council, and so thank you for your work on this. And so whatever decision council makes sits on our shoulders, and I'm happy to take that heat. I am not here today because I am quite sick, and I don't want anybody to catch whatever I have. I don't want BC Housing or LIFT to feel any sort of uncertainty over the next 2 days, which is why I thought dealing with this at Committee of the Whole to determine whether or not it would go to council was appropriate. I would like us to move ahead, and as Councillor Southcott said, the likelihood of this being used, based on previous years, 5 to 12 times. I speak as someone who volunteered multiple nights at the warming center last year that Mac Fraser spoke about, where there were where they didn't have issues. So it's not that this is perfect. It's not that there won't be a needle found somewhere. There will be there will be impacts. It is imperfect, but it is the best option we have, given the options that we have before us. And so I appreciate all the people who've been saying, what about the churches? What about the rec complex? If any of those were possible and made sense given staffing models and restrictions, et cetera, or the willingness to get involved, we would have chosen those other options. But those are just not options given the previous information before us. So I appreciate the heightened concern for Dwight Hall. I appreciate that many people express care and concern for the unhoused in our community and would like to see a solution, but just not Dwight Hall. Unfortunately, with time constraints, there is no other solution. And so I freely admit this is not ideal. And also it is the best option that we have. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have to ask people to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. Did we have anyone else wanting to comment on Councillor Doubt?
So what to say? Oh, as we talked about, city has gone through a lot of discussion, a lot of searching to try to find a way for an extreme cold weather shelter to be operating in the city of Powell River this year. Not a brand new problem. We had an incredible problem figuring out how to get cold weather shelter going last year. Finally, we did after a number of special meetings. We had one that took place. It was across the street at the United Church. It worked well. It was a cold weather shelter. People got in out of the storm. It was open for a few days, not 10 days. I think it was probably 6 days last year with that worked, and people got in off of the street and got taken care of. The Dwight Hall is not a perfect situation, but staff has told us it's the best situation that can be occupied and can be operational right now when the cold weather is coming. We can delay it. We can try to say, well, there's a whole bunch of bureaucratic reasons why we couldn't do it, and we can make a decision sometime down the road, but I think we should stick with the one we've made. If people want the city to spend more money on bylaw officers and security people, perhaps that's what we have to do. I hear people saying they're in favor of that. And, I want to point out that the report basically says that what the city is spending on this extreme weather shelter right now is actually very minimal. It's only staff time to make the agreements. The BC Housing is actually paying the cost of operating the shelter. It's a building. The building exists. We have to keep it warm and we have to keep it secure all the time anyway. There is not huge amounts of money that are being spent. I think that we need to do it. And when I was thinking about all the emails I've seen the last few nights, I was thinking about, actually what I thought about was Matthew 25:35, which is a scripture in the Bible. And that's something I don't normally do.
To not talk, thank you.
I don't normally speak about that. But there is a line in there that says, I was a stranger and you welcomed me in. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about providing protection for the most vulnerable in our community. And we can say somebody else should take care of them. We should say, go somewhere else. Or we can do what I think we should do, is provide a reasonable space that's available that the city has to keep people warm and give them shelter. Now, that's why I'm not in favor of this motion. You want to have a subsequent motion that says that the city will pay for security and fire patrols and all those things, I'd be quite happy with that. But that's my position.
So folks in the gallery, you're so welcome here, but you can't talk when councillor is debating motions. It's not proper procedure and it's out of order. I'm sorry, that's just how it works. You may wait till question period to ask questions. You will provide opportunity for input at public input period. And this is council's meeting. It's not a participatory sport, I'm afraid. It's, you know, you're welcome here to watch the deliberation, but you can't participate, I'm afraid. That's how the rules of governance work. So thank you so much for your cooperation. Sorry,
Point of
sir.
order, Chair.
Yes.
We got somebody shouting from the back row. This is a debate of council. We don't need people from the back row interrupting.
I rule in favor of your point of order. Did you have a remedy you were asking for?
I'm asking that people respect council's ability to debate the issue, keep quiet until there's an opportunity to ask questions at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. I agree with you. Your rule of order is in order. So what I need, so you're going to force my hand. We're going to have to clear the room if you keep it up. And that's not because that's what I want. I want you here. It's just that the rules of order in a governance forum like this is the public is here to observe council do their work. They're not to interfere in any way, shape, or form. And that's what I have to uphold as chair of the meeting. And so I want you here. You're welcome here. You need to let council do their work. Otherwise, you can't be in the room. And I hope that's understood. It's not because I'm trying to be a bad person or pick on anyone. It's because this is how governance works. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Dowd. Were you?
I'm done. I'm not in favor of this motion. I think we should go ahead and provide the extreme cold weather shelter in the Dwight Hall with whatever protection the city council wants to pay for.
So Councillor Plum, you're just trying to get on for a second time. I'm just going to make sure that people have had their first time to speak. Did you want to speak, Councillor Almeida?
Thank you, Chair. Like other councillors have shared, Dwight Hall is not on my list of preferred options for this purpose. But council has asked staff, and staff have come through with an exhaustive list of the different facilities that we have. And the challenge with the cold weather shelter is that we need an empty space that doesn't have programming to store a bunch of equipment on the off chance that the weather turns and it needs to be activated. And there are not many buildings that the city controls that fit that criteria. There are some private enterprises, but we don't have influence over those. And even churches and other nonprofits that have space have other activities that take care, that operate during the week. So Dwight Hall would be near the bottom of my list, if not on the bottom. And but I can't support this motion without an alternate solution, because we've just dealt with a week plus worth of fog. I don't know what the next week or two are going to present itself. And I'm blessed to have a roof over my head. And I'd hate to think that someone else suffers because the weather turns and we don't have an opportunity to protect them. So I can't support this motion.
Mayor Wasnow, he actually hasn't spoken on this motion yet.
Thank you. I think it's important to clarify the direction that was given to staff on December 16th or 18th. And it was not to do an extensive study of what would be required to renovate, do whatever, to provide a facility. I've looked at the report. I understand what exists at the fire hall. And when the report says that there are a number of doors there, well, anybody who's been involved in construction knows you can lock a door. Probably takes $10 lock and 5 minutes of drilling. So if we were to provide direction to staff to make the fire hall meet all of the requirements of a facility which might be used 5 or 10 times a year, no doubt in my mind that it would happen. And if we had to get a non-for-profit organization to be involved in that, almost guarantee that they would work with the city to ensure all of that was done in a very timely fashion.
Thank you. Councillor Paul.
Thank you, through the chair. I've heard a couple of comments here tonight that in regards to this motion, that there's no other alternative, that time is short and we need to move. Well, that's simply not the case. We have two options that staff explored. Both are in the same position, Whitehall or Fire Hall in Wildwood. We have about a window here of a week or more before this extreme weather happens in our community. I've checked the weather report. We have time to go up to the Fire Hall in Wildwood and make that possible to be inhabited in the extreme weather that's coming. There is an option. If we simply vote down to Whitehall, that could be it. So let's not lose sight of that before we take this vote. There is another option. And it's the right one for this community based on all the feedback that we had here earlier today. And I hate to do this, but I am going to ask a specific question of our fire department. Both of you gentlemen, I'd like an answer, yes or no. Would you prefer that in terms of fire safety and loss of buildings and all the rest, would you say that you would support the fire hall in Wildwood over the Whitehall?
Through the chair to council or committee, we can't recommend one or the other. If you ask me a question, I can base my answer on whether it's an acceptable use of the building and it falls under the fire code as acceptable. That's all I can give you.
So could you answer those questions for the facilities that under question?
Both of the buildings are alarmed. I believe one is sprinklered, one is not. There's adequate fire suppression with the extinguishers in both for the occupancy, which is going to be assembly. So there'll be no beds in the facilities, and it's classified under assemblies. Just based on that, from a fire code perspective, I can just say that both buildings qualify.
Thank you. So I have a question of staff based on some of the feelings I'm hearing here. In order to switch gears and try to change to the fire hall, there would be a time delay because of the work you've already been doing and where we're at within this process. Could you speak a little bit to what that would mean?
Through the chair to the chair, I think the time you're referring to in terms of staff time is relatively limited. I think the bigger question is really what a change to the location would mean for the extreme weather response plan submitted by LIP to the province, and I don't have an answer for that. I don't know if that would delay the process another couple of weeks. That is something that I would need to speak to LIFT about. But if it's about city staff, and I think it was acknowledged that the building probably needs some updates to ensure that it's a bit more user friendly from the perspective of LIFT in terms of how they manage people coming and going. So again, if that's city staff that are being tasked to do that, we need some time there too. But I think what I would ask first and foremost is clear direction from council. Should you wish to direct staff to shift, we'd really appreciate hearing that as the clear direction.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to debate here. I just thought maybe understanding the repercussions of that kind of direction would be helpful to the assembly. So, do we have anyone else wishing to speak on the motion? Could we have the motion put up again? I think some of us, there you go.
It's on the screen. Motion as it stands, the committee recommend to council that city staff advise provincial government that Dwight Hall is not available for an extreme weather response facility.
So I would comment that I've heard from one of our members at least that they would prefer the recommendation have the alternative solution there instead of being just that something's not available. Do we amend the motion, or do we vote on it as is, and then if it doesn't pass, change to a different motion? Councillor Palm?
Friendly amendment. First part of this is fine. Provincial government and all the government agencies that are involved in this process. But we could simply add something that the staff would then pursue use of the Wildwood Fire Hall as the extreme weather station as soon as possible.
So the crafter of the motion was Mayor Wasnow. Originally, would this amendment be okay with you?
Yes.
Do we have any comments from the Assembly on this amended motion? Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity for staff, I guess, since LIFT has the agreement with BC Housing for the weather shelter, and they're the one that's they have to get the approval or the sign off on BC Housing. Is it instead of staff communicating with province directly, is that more in line that we need to loop in LIFT, and LIFT is the one that has to alter their application since we're not dealing with BC Housing directly on this?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, I appreciate your consideration, and in fact, that is probably the route it would go, although if it made council more comfortable, we could do both and engage the provincial government, but also LIFT. But my expectation is that in conversation with LIFT and them reaching out to BC Housing to indicate that they would like to shift the location, that we would achieve at least the intent of that first portion.
Are you proposing the amendment to add LIFT into the communication?
I would say, I think it should be advised provincial government and LIFT if we're going to do a proper motion on that, since they're the ones that are arranging everything.
Are we okay with that?
You are?
Okay, thank you.
Isaacsen's got her hand up.
Pardon me?
Councillor Isaacsen's got her hand up.
Thank you for that. Councillor Isaacsen.
Thank you, Chair. Just speaking to this motion, maybe a little bit more about the implications of it. When LIFT gets approval from the province, it's based on a plan for that site. And so in order to switch sites, my understanding is that they would need to create a new plan, like how the space would be managed and set up. And so they wouldn't have to start from scratch, but I think they would have to do some substantive work and resubmit it to the province. So it's not as simple as taking their existing approval and just moving it over to Wildwood Hall. I suspect that they would have to resubmit. And so we're not looking at a delay of like a week. I think we might be looking at a delay of a few weeks. And I don't, at that point, it might only be needed for 2 weeks. LIFT might choose not to pursue that at all, given the amount of work that they have to put in to do that plan and hire for the shelter. I can't speak on behalf of them, but I suspect the repercussions are more than just being able to shift the existing approval and plan to a different site. And so I can't support this amended motion. Thank you.
So I was asking questions about that just earlier, and our acting CAO indicated that they'd have to get feedback from the partner in order to have an answer for that question. So maybe I'll follow up and ask, do you think we might have more follow-up with answers about that on Thursday if this motion was passed and it went to council?
Through the chair to the chair, I can commit to reaching out to Lyft first thing tomorrow morning. Ideally, we would hear back something so that we can report out on Thursday.
So then that information would help inform what council decides on Thursday. Okay, Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, I just want to understand where we are right now. I'm taking it that you as chair are accepting all of the revisions to this motion. As we're not discussing an amendment, but you've accepted the changes to the motion. Am I right about that?
I think when I've finished discussing and we're sure this is the motion we want, I could check with the entire assembly and get consensus on whether we're okay with the amendments. If people are not okay with the amendments, I guess building a motion when we haven't had one provided ahead of time is sometimes a process, and making sure the motion reflects what our committee wants to advise to council was my priority at this point. And so we built it a little bit as we went. I could right now ask for unanimous consent that all these friendly amendments are okay with the committee.
You know, I'm not giving unanimous consent to approving the amendments to the motion.
So your suggestion on process would be that we continually turn down motions until we get to the one we want, or what's your thoughts on that?
You know, perhaps you have a better solution, Chair, but I'm suggesting we follow our rules of order and our procedure manual, which says that council makes decisions by making motions and either passing them or not passing them. We can either vote to approve these amendments, or we cannot. Either way, for me, the question is still the same. If we tell the city or we tell the province of BC that we will not accept the Dwight Hall as being available for a cold weather response shelter, however we qualify that, it means that finding an alternative place may take a prohibitively long time and result that no shelter
The gallery must
will
be
be
quiet.
available for this year. So I'm not in favor of the motion as amended before us, and that's my position.
Thank you. Mayor Wasnow.
So I want to address what Councilor Almeida raised. So this is a responsibility of the provincial government. And if they get notification from the city that we would not support Dwight Hall, but we would make it a priority to work with Lyft to ensure that the fire hall would be available. And if we were to contact Radine, our MLA, who is a cabinet minister, and ask her if she would make this a priority for the provincial agency that's involved, this could happen very quickly. And if it doesn't happen very quickly, it's a simple message from the provincial government and Lyft that they're not really that concerned about it not opening in a month or 2 months. So I think we should deal with the amended motion, see if it passes, and move on.
Okay, because the question was raised about whether people agreed with the amendments or not. As the motion is currently stated, it includes a couple of amendments. I'd like to call a vote on whether the amendments pass or not. And so this will be a vote on amendments to the current motion. Do you need to speak on that?
Speak to the amendments? I don't think I.
Certainly. Okay, speak to the amendments.
Just want to state that
I can't hear you, Councillor Palm.
it's very clear that if the amendments pass here tonight and we vote on this motion and it passes, that further information in short order will be coming back on Thursday evening for further discussion. we'll have a better idea on a path forward and have a full synopsis of the situation to deal with it adequately. And so I'm in full support of the amendments and the motion, because as Councillor Wasnow says, he has the authority of the mayor, along with staff, to reach out to the provincial government, reach out to representatives, and fast track this situation if need be. I don't believe that the hypothetical 5 or 6 weeks carries much water. Thank you, Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendments before I call the question on whether we agree with the amendments? All in favor of the amendments? All opposed to the amendments? We have one opposed to the amendments, so the motion, oh, did you go opposed? No, you didn't vote at all?
Go ahead. You're the chair.
Sorry, can you tell me how you voted? Councillor Dowd, how did you vote?
Again?
Well, okay. Okay, I'll ask again. All in favor of the amendments? And all opposed? We have one opposed, and so the motion carries, and the motion is now on the floor properly with amendments adopted. So we're back to the main motion with amendments. Does anyone wish to speak to the main motion with amendments at this time? Councillor Dowd.
Been around the mulberry bush a few times, but I want to, my feeling is I am against this. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I think we should go with the Dwight Hall, do whatever we need to do, the protection of the Dwight Hall, because I think it's important to get an extreme weather shelter in place.
Councillor Almeida.
Sure. I think being in Wildwood, the fire hall provides other challenges, just being up a big steep hill on a potentially icy day. So I don't know if it's any better solution. Excuse me.
The gallery has to allow Councillor Almeida to talk without interruption of any kind.
So I don't know if it's any better solution, but as it's going to be a final vote on Thursday, and we hopefully will have a little bit more information from the lift side by then, I will vote in favor right now so that we can discuss it again on Thursday and finalize it.
Do we have any other people wishing to speak to the main motion? So I'm just going to take a couple of seconds. I think that giving us the opportunity to get more information in order to make a decision, the 2 days we can do. I do respect some of the opinions saying the uncertainty of waiting in those 2 days, but I also want to consider all of the information that we have in a situation like this. So I'm going to vote in favor of putting this on the council agenda for Thursday. And I'm going to find out if we could specifically ask staff for what their thoughts are on accessibility during that kind of a bad weather situation. I guess there are some weather situations that close the Wildwood Hill, but and whether there's any information on that and how many times that happens and so forth. That would be great to know as part of our deliberations on Thursday. If you can't, that's fine. It would be appreciated. If we're done with deliberations, all in favor of the motion on the floor? 2, 4. Any opposed to the motion on the floor?
I'm opposed, if you can't see me.
You're very tiny, so you're opposed, right? Okay. Correct. So we have 5 in favor and 2 opposed, so the motion carries, and we will get more information on Thursday night, and it will be on Thursday's agenda. Thanks so much, everybody, for your patience. So we have introduction of late items. I don't see any on the agenda. Introduction of notices of motion. Is anyone wanting to do notice of motions, or we're good with that? Public clarification is our question period. And the way public clarification works is you come and you ask questions about what was deliberated here on our agenda tonight, and we can provide clarification. If we haven't decided something already, then we can't talk about that, but.
My name's John Brown Sullivan. I live here in Westview. So I got a few questions. Number one, has the city checked with its insurance policy to see that having this use of Dwight Hall will not require a rider? Second question is, they keep talking about how are you going to get these people out to the town site when they all stay in Westview area? Are you using city buses? If it is a temporary thing, every time you call a bus driver, it'll be time and a half, as well will the bus. Buses are not cheap to run. I'm sure you'll be billed over $100 an hour. The other one Councillor Doubt said is if we need security, we will pay for it. Well, we don't have enough money to buy a burger in this city. And the other thing too, the fire chief said, if you want people to go and inspect it, they will have to should be separate from the duty guys, so they will be on overtime as well. So where's all the money coming for all this? Did we just find a pot of gold?
So I'm gonna make an attempt to answer your questions, John. Oh, okay.
First of all, the city is not responsible for this. Lyft is. And after checking their financials, they're quite wealthy. I'll be darned, eh? They just bought a building at the bottom of the hill and they're leasing out part of it. So the contract is between the government and Lyft. The city could help providing, if they can, a location. They should not bear any of the expenses of operating that location.
So I'm going to do my best to answer the questions and then defer to staff for answers that I don't have. The report indicated that questions around transportation were still being investigated, so we don't have all the answers on that one yet. Yes, Lyft will get through the funding they get from BC Housing, be responsible for paying for the facility, and is part of their plan that they submit to the government and get funded. The city's only commitment at this point in time with anything that we've done was to look at spaces that could be leased to the provider and not cost us additional budget other than staff time to try to organize that. So I'm going to defer to staff about whether we have information about insurance.
Through the chair to answer the individual with the question. So yes, city staff have reached out to our insurer and we're waiting to hear back to understand what the impact is to our general insurance. And ideally that is information that I could also provide for council on Thursday night.
Thank you very much. So
Yeah, so the other thing that I noticed in the middle of the meeting, when you were talking about operating this cold weather thing, the question was, Lyft will staff it if, and that's a big if, they have staff.
Well, it wouldn't open if they didn't.
It wouldn't open? So,
yeah. If they had no staff, they would not open.
Okay. So then.
So yeah.
What's the point of having it?
Well, they're gonna.
If they can't guarantee staff, they're responsible.
The point is we're trying to save lives, John. The point is we're trying to save lives. That's the point.
The point is that the people that are supposed to be doing it Lyft aren't. We are as a city.
So the provincial government does that side of things through their planning and whatnot. We haven't taken that on, and so I don't have answers for you because I don't do that part. But the point of us trying to make space available was because we don't want people to freeze to death.
I understand that.
Okay, so that's my answer.
I understand that a while back when they were doing this new housing project up by the police station, council put in a request with Lyft to have security. Lyft did not say they would provide security. So what makes you think they'll provide anything for Dwight Hall?
So we are talking about the Dwight Hall, and I think the question was already asked and answered, and Lyft was going to provide staff for the facility and not security. So that was already answered. Yeah, that's a good question. And it's not on the table. It's not on the table as a motion at this point. So I have no answer for you because we haven't answered those questions yet.
To say, go ahead to negotiate stuff. You don't have all the details worked out. Like
Yes.
going to something and saying, oh, we're going to do this. Well, how are we doing it? I don't know.
Yes. So we have limited our role to just providing space at this point, and we're trying to work with the partners to prevent death.
That's not what council has been saying. It's saying they'll provide transportation, they'll provide security necessary. They will have firemen go by and check on it. Providing staff time.
So all of those questions were answered during the meeting, and most of the answers were no to any of that, and it would require further direction from council to make that happen, and we haven't provided that further direction. So exploring options, having questions answered, and that kind of thing is part of our process. It doesn't mean it's happening.
The reason a lot of people came in, according to what we've been reading, council approved the use of Dwight Hall. So they approved the use of Dwight Hall without doing their work, figure out how it will work.
You've been here with me tonight. The press. Yeah, we're not over. I just wanted to recognize the press, and I should have done so at the beginning, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to ask questions. I'm really not sure of the logistics of how this would work in terms of lift operating in a city facility. Would the city essentially hand over the keys to the facility to lift and let them operate it, or would there be staff time involved in opening and closing the facility in extreme weather conditions?
I don't actually know that answer. Do we have an answer for that, staff?
Through the chair, the regular process for utilizing Dwight Hall is when it is being utilized, rented, leased, the user will come and get a key the day that it's being used. So the trigger of the cold weather or emergency weather would trigger, then someone from Lyft could come access the keys from the city, and then they would have the keys like any other renter or leaser.
I thank the director for the response. My other question is, who would be responsible if any damage was done to the facilities? Would the person or the body leasing the facility be responsible, or would the city have to bear that one?
Through the chair, the user group would be responsible.
I thank the director for that response. Thanks for the opportunity, Chair, to ask some questions.
Okay. Does anyone else present wish to ask a question? Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jackson. I had a few questions. Was Cranberry School Gym ever considered, as I heard the private owner offered it, but they were told no because they had Dwight Hall?
So it isn't a city facility, so we in the city wouldn't have had jurisdiction to consider other locations that are not ours. If Lyft had considered that, we weren't part of it.
So would council reconsider if they knew there was a private enterprise that was willing to offer their building instead of using Dwight Hall?
So there are avenues where that could have happened. I don't know how promising that space was or whether it was ruled out for other reasons. And I wasn't part of that conversation, so I can't specifically answer the question. And I don't believe any of our staff were either. So I think that you're talking about an opportunity that exists outside of our knowledge, so we can't speak to it.
So does Lyft let council know what opportunities they've been offered?
Not necessarily.
So council doesn't ask?
So we've had some conversations along the way, and we are aware of talking through BC Housing, a bunch of opportunities throughout the entire summer that were looked at. I'm not aware of one recently being discussed. And so it could be any number of reasons that they decided that was not a good opportunity. So I don't know.
So has the fire chief given occupancy for the emergency weather shelter to be submitted in the emergency response plan?
Do we have an answer for that, staff?
Through the chair to the chair, my understanding is that the fire chief has not given occupancy, so I'm not clear on the requirement in the EWR plan. That would have to be a conversation with LIFT to understand if that was true. My eyes on the plan itself, I don't recall seeing any reference to it, so I'm not clear, but we have had the fire chief since look at that space, and as you heard tonight, he has a professional opinion as it relates to both Dwight Hall and the Wildwood Fire Hall as well.
Okay, so just to clarify, you don't believe that that's necessary, that step for getting occupancy permit from the fire hall, and the opinions that we have so far are that they both are suitable.
I will state that and say that I'm not clear on what the requirement was for BC Housing to accept a plan, and that I would need to verify before I commented on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
So then I think I heard the fire chief say that they could not have cots. So it's just space in both.
I would ask the fire chief to clarify what he said.
Chair to committee. We were under the impression there was no cots or beds involved in the site. There would be chairs for people to come in, and I mean they'll nap in there, but again it's just chairs. It reduces the beds would reduce the occupancy. If you're talking about chairs and tables, it's about 15 square foot per person, and that specific area can hold about 100 people. We're talking, I think what I was told was 20, so there's more than enough room. If that answers your.
Through the chair, if I can just clarify, so there is a need for, I think what LIFT is proposing are mats, not cots, but mats, so that people can sleep. But I still believe in talking with the fire chief that would meet the requirement for the occupancy. But again, that if we're shifting to Wildwood, I think we'll have a keen eye on that site in the very near future as well.
Yep. Okay. Does that help, Carolyn? Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
Instead of using a city bus, LIFT does have a passenger van. Just a comment, I guess. And I'm not quite sure what services are being utilized between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. that it matters if it's in Westview, Townsite, or Wildwood. If they need 911, it goes everywhere. Do you know of any services that?
That's my understanding is similar to yours. If someone needs 911, it goes all
anywhere.
Places.
I'm just curious what other services when everyone says close to services for emergency weather shelter.
It looks like Councillor Isaacson would like to weigh in on that one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think what people meant was like before they come to the extreme weather response shelter or after the morning when it closes to get to their other services, whatever it be, most of those services or places where they might congregate are in Westview. And so it's not in the middle of the night, it's before and after, and therefore transporting people between Westview and Dwight Hall.
Okay, so a bus would suffice. And then my last question was the contract that people have to sign to rent the hall upstairs says that no drugs. So would there be body searches before people went downstairs?
I don't have an answer for that. It would be part of the plan, I guess.
Don't have an answer for that either, if that's how LIFT operates.
Sorry, we don't have an answer for that at this time.
So then does city enforce our contracts? And who in the city would enforce that contract upstairs? Would that mean they would enforce it downstairs? So staff would have to stand at the door to do the contract enforcement?
So I would ask staff to tell me how we would enforce that in all cases of our agreements.
We don't, through the chair, we never have staff enforcing that. We have user groups, whomever they are, wherever they're renting, sign off on that. And should there be an incident where they are shown to be going against what they've signed for, then they're liable.
Dwight Hall's burnt down. Okay, thanks.
Do I have anybody else present who'd like to ask a question? Oh, we have someone online? Okay. So for the person online, make sure you turn off your video sound feedback before you start speaking from your device. Anyway, online, go ahead.
Hi, Council. I was wondering if anybody considered the fact that the Wildwood Fire Hall is right across from a school and the potential implications of the homeless being right across from the school.
So we have not in this night talked about that subject, but we are speaking of a time frame between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. and only during an extreme weather period. So there is a lot of need to prevent people from dying. Our locations are limited, and there doesn't appear to be a time overlap between school activities and this extreme weather shelter. But if anybody else has a better answer for that, I would ask staff, do they have anything to contribute to that question?
Through the chair to the chair, just point out that it was included as one of the factors considering the value of Dwight Hall over the Wildwood Fire Hall, is that it is further away from schools and residential properties.
Right. Yes, it was in the report. Thank you so much for your question. Does anyone else present have a question for this item? Come forward to the mic and introduce yourself.
Again, South Townside. We keep hearing the terms deaths and being thrown around here almost flippantly. Do we have any data or statistics on deaths that have occurred?
Do we have any specific data at this point in time about deaths that might occur in extreme weather circumstances?
Through the chair, no, the city doesn't keep that sort of data.
So no, we don't have an answer to that for you.
It's come up about 40 times, and we've had a pre-populated email from Councillor Southcott about how important this is. So if Lyft is short-staffed, Chair, you said that they just won't open up. Is that correct?
Yeah, they would make best efforts to have the right staff to run the extreme weather shelter. And should they not have staff, it won't open.
So then the deaths would just go away because of Lyft's staffing issues and their current dereliction of the $8.1 million they received. Is that
if they don't open and we have an extreme weather shelter and somebody is outside and not warm and dies, then the entire system has failed that person.
Absolutely. That's failure is actually a common theme. So as it's not a municipal jurisdiction, we're basically doing this out of the goodness of our hearts. The United Church did have a successful warming center last year, and the province wasn't able to approve it. Would council, Chair, would city be able to provide them with a stipend if they were to open their doors to help people out? Without any administration, without any bureaucracy, without any damage to city facilities, if that were to happen and they were willing, which they were last year, is there any way to allow them to have a little bit of operating funds?
So all of the community members that are doing things through dedicating their time, their space, are eligible to apply for grants in kind, both here at the city and at the regional district governments provide grants to community organizations for those types of things. Usually we require nonprofits, and they need to be kind of organized and knowing what they're doing ahead of time. But as I understand it, the United Church had a number of things to say about what they could and couldn't do based on rules and regulations. And so those are the answers I have at this point in time. And so it isn't our jurisdiction to try to make anybody do anything, but we would definitely accept applications for grants in kind for societies within the community who are trying to provide these services.
So if this is a provincial jurisdiction, why aren't we staying in our lane?
I think leasing city lands for things that are of benefit to our community is our lane, but we're not running the shelter. Councillor Isaacson would like to speak to you as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add a little bit more context about the United Church space last year, it was only available as a warming center on Friday and Saturday nights. There's a daycare operator in the basement, and so in order to maintain good relationship with the daycare operator, I think they focused on providing that service on Friday and Saturday night. The space above the library was used as warming center the other nights when that came into play, and those spaces have now been leased, and so that opportunity no longer exists. But as Councillor Elliott said, working outside of the BC housing system to operate warming centers is definitely something that is in the capacity of community groups to do if their zoning allows for it. But we can't compel groups to do that. Thank you.
There have been a number of groups that have actually approached, and for bureaucratic or administrative reasons, they weren't approved. Is there any variances or ways to maybe allow for that if it's such a extreme emergency?
It's not really our jurisdiction to say that, and as you say, we're able to manage our own facilities. We're able to provide grants in kind. We're not in charge of the province's response to homelessness.
So should we maybe let them take the lead on it versus municipality?
Yeah, we've been trying. Anyway, I think that those are your questions. Go ahead, Councillor Southcott.
If you read the webpage on this whole program that's on the province's website, it indicates the expectation of municipalities basically to coordinate, something like what we actually have been doing here. Through legislation, particularly the community charter, there is provision for us to do this, but it has to basically be our initiative, which it is. Many communities have stepped in and taken initiative, particularly larger ones. Okay, that's the one thing I wanted to comment on. So we're not stepping outside of our jurisdiction from that standpoint. Actually, this is the way I read that. Number two, regarding deaths, statistics on deaths, you cannot get them. Because of the confidentiality, the personal information that's involved, and especially in a community our size, you won't even get any kind of fresh numbers. If you do get numbers, regardless of who you are in this community. Now, there are some agencies that will have numbers, but it's the personal information that restricts the rest of us from knowing about that, because we know when people in this community, there is knowledge of deaths, right? I was in a business where I had to keep information like that as ambulance confidential, and that is still the case. And so is it the case with the advisory group that LIFT basically oversees, called the Community Action Team, which is a consolidation of a whole lot of different local organizations. Some information is provided there, but it has to be maintained confidentially. So I can say, yes, that does happen, but the information can't be provided.
It's a fairly emotionally charged statement.
Yeah, I know. I regret that comment.
You should have some data, because it sounds like we're using fear to force people
Bad idea.
into a decision that they're not necessarily comfortable with. I don't even think you guys are comfortable with using Dwight Hall. I mean, let's be honest. I read the room here. I know nobody else here is. Is there anybody? There's a better plan, and Councillor Palm and Mayor Wasnow, very, very much respect for listening to your constituents.
Thank you for your questions. Do we have anyone else who wishes to ask a question?
Okay, I just would like a little bit of clarification from the chief, I think, with regards to sleeping accommodation in both facilities, like the fire hall versus Dwight Hall. I'm under the understanding that you have to have specific, like, I understand Dwight Hall has sprinkler systems, but for sleeping accommodation, they require other fire alarms or smoke alarms. Otherwise, they would have to have staff, what they call fire watch staff. And I don't know how many people that would be and who would pay for that. Would the taxpayers be paying for that, or would Lyft be paying for that? And also to the doors, with regards to the doors in the Dwight Hall, they would have to be modified as panic doors, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they are, they don't have panic doors now. So I'm wondering, as far as the fire hall goes, it has it has actually 3 exits. It has a brand new furnace in it. It has accommodations for people to probably be better accommodations for people to sleep there overnight. And all they have to do again is they would still have to retrofit 2 doors. They would have to retrofit, have the smoke and fire alarm system in there. For sleeping quarters, you cannot have people, and correct me if I'm wrong or clarify this for me, you cannot have people sleeping in a facility without specific fire alarms in it. So, you know, and are you gonna, this is, you know, Dwight Hall is a historic building, and we're going to spend thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars in retrofitting a building to do this for 1 year, when we could actually have something like the fire hall that we could retrofit and use it year after year after year after year.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Sparks. Maybe I let our fire chief respond.
Through the chair and committee. Both buildings have alarm systems. The Dwight Hall is sprinklered and does not have smoke alarms. The fire hall does not have sprinklers, but it does have smoke alarms and a fire alarm system. So for Dwight Hall, its use is assembly, and without the beds and the mats or chairs, it meets that criteria for assembly. So the use of the building code use is not changing. It's remaining the same.
If there are mats involved with people lying down on them, does that change anything?
No, that it's the actual bed or the cot and the ability for people to get around it. Whereas if they're mats, they can just walk over them. So it's that ability too. So as I said previously, the spacing was based on less than 15 square feet per person, which includes a table and a chair. So the building, the space is designed for a lot more than what they're asking for. I haven't looked at the fire hall. It is, again, a city facility. Our staff are professionals and they look after the facilities quite well. It is alarmed. It is has the right amount of extinguishers. And it is, because of a recent renovation, does have the exit doors with the panic hardware.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Sorry if I can, just the doors on Dwight Hall, because there has been no change of occupancy. There has been no need to update the panic hardware on the exterior doors, but they are double doors that fold out.
Yes, and as part of your question, you were talking about whether the city or taxpayers were going to be paying for retrofits for this purpose. The answer is no. I don't believe so. Councillor Palm, are you trying to provide more to the answer?
Chief had to say. Appreciate the information. Now, You refer to mats are fine in Dwight Hall, but would cots be allowed in the fire hall? Wildwood.
Oh,
Matt.
I'm not prepared to answer that just because I don't know what the occupancy is at this point. It's classified as a fire hall, but it's no longer a fire hall, so it'd be classified as something else. So I don't have that information in front of me.
We get that answer
Yeah.
by Thursday?
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Do you want to ask a question, Roger?
Hello, Your Worship, Chair, and Council. So 3 questions. Are you aware WCB keeps statistics on both heat and cold deaths? 10 years as a safety manager for different companies. Those kinds of things come across the desk all the time. And are you aware that heat is the problem, not cold? Heat kills more people than cold. Those were the actual death numbers. Are you aware that during the time that they had the bicycle races here, how many people showed up? I can't remember. Thousands, lots. And there was portable washrooms, portable offices. They're all rentable at just a phone call. And they will arrive here, stay for the 6 weeks, and then send them back to wherever. They could park them right next to the hospital. And those kinds of facilities are available simply with a phone call. And the bicycle race showed that year after year after year, that almost royal facilities are available. Certainly premier facilities for very little money. And the third question is the city receiving any remuneration for the rental of this, what's actually the former Masons Hall? You know, it's no longer the library, it's the Masons Hall. Are they receiving remuneration for that space? If it gets used as a cold shelter or a warm shelter, whatever it's called, emergency weather?
I'm going to direct your question to staff about the remuneration.
Through the chair, if I might, it's just a point of clarification. So the former library, as far as I understand, is not the Masons Hall. So different spaces, not the Masons Hall.
Can't hear a word.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so it's 2 separate spaces, not the Masons Hall. The former library are separate spaces. Yeah, I want to make that clear because I think there's some misinformation circling around. As it's currently stated in the license of occupation, the use of the space would be funded through grant and aid. The city was not trying to make money on the use of this space from LIFT. It was identified as an opportunity for the city through grant and aid to have LIFT utilize that space at a time where we were not renting that space out. There was no loss of revenue for that particular space.
No is the short answer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Is anyone else planning to ask a question? Then I would consider us adjourned.